Fox Sports.
We are the Fox. We are Southwest.
Texas Rangers starting pitchers Matt Harrison and Alexi Ogando have led the team to consecutive shutout performances. Harrison was brilliant Sunday afternoon in Philly, scattering just 5 hits. And then last night, Alexi Ogando steamrolled the Chicago White Sox for his first career complete game victory. Tonight, it's Derek Holland's turn to try and extend the team's streak of 8 consecutive quality starts. And when you get power support from the likes of Josh Hamilton and Nelson Cruz, as we saw last night, well, it's a formula for staying atop the American League West. The Rangers and the White Sox right now on Fox Sports Southwest. Ballpark in Arlington has perhaps, at least for now, dodged a little weather bullet. The weather was all around here, but we're ready to play baseball as the Rangers get ready to take on the White Sox. It's a windy night, and the ball might just be blowing out with the help of a jet stream here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. John Radigan and Tom Grieve here with you as the Rangers and White Sox get set for Game 2 of this series, and they send Derek Holland out to the mound, the Rangers do, and the last time out, he was pretty much as good as everybody else we've seen lately.
Starting pitching has been the name of the game the last couple of weeks. Rangers are coming off a couple of shutouts. Derek Holland, in his last start, took a shutout into the 9th inning.
7 innings against the Royals.
Giving up a base hit, Derek Hosmer, to start the 9th inning, and that's the only run he gave up in 8 full innings. He had a terrific fastball all game long. He mixed in changeups, sliders, and curveballs, and that's Derek at his best. And what you hope is, as the season progresses, he gets more and more consistent with that kind of performance.
Yeah, Derek with a great game his last time out, and 113 pitches leaving, Tom said, in that 9th inning. So he'll take it back out there tonight and see if he can make it 9 quality starts in a row for the Rangers starters. Michael Young's just going to try to, as it says there, be like Mike. 3 for 4 last night. He's back in the 4-hole. We give you the rest of the starting lineups and the first pitch coming up. It's time to play ball, y'all. Texas Ford dealers. Check out the Ford F-150 and drive one. Ford is the best in Texas. By the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. By Jack in the Box. Get the new bourbon barbecue steak grilled sandwich now. By Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. And we're ready for baseball here. The red-clad Rangers taking the field even as we speak. And everybody anxious to get this one in on a windy night at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. And we start with the White Sox batting order on this Tuesday night. And there it is, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Pierre, Ramirez, Quentin, and Canerco like last night. And then it's Dunn, Rios. A.J. Brzezinski, Gordon Beckham's in the 8-hole tonight. And it's Brent Morrell who hit the home run to tie things up with the Rangers against Matt Harrison last week, is in the 9-hole. They're facing Derek Holland tonight, though. Here's the scouting report.
He's had 9 starts. The numbers got a lot better after the 8 innings, 1-run game that he had in Kansas City. But Derek's getting better. He's maturing. His stuff is getting a little more consistent. Last 4 starts start to show that. 3.38 ERA over that time. Before that, it was 5.12 over 5 starts. He hasn't had anything to show for it as far as wins go. Hasn't gotten a lot of run support, but he's throwing the ball a lot better. Pitched into the 9th inning with a shutout in Kansas City. Gave up a hit to start the inning. The bullpen came in, gave up his run. And it ended up with 1 run in 8 innings. But that was really good stuff he had in that game. He had a 94-mile-an-hour fastball all day long. His off-speed stuff was pretty consistent. And now what you want to see is him back that up with another good game today.
He'll be supported by a stellar defense behind him that includes Nelly Cruz back in left field, Murph and Moreland in center and right, Adrian Beltre and Elvis Andrus on the left side with Kinsler and Young on the right. And Yorvi Torrealba back behind the plate tonight, catching Derek Holland for the 9th time this season. Josh Hamilton, Ron Washington tells us, won't play the field today or tomorrow for sure. Possibly Friday at the soonest. It'll depend on how Josh feels and what the doctors say. Josh is in the lineup, and we'll get to the batting order in the next half inning, but he will be the designated hitter again tonight. The first pitch to Juan Pierre is in there for a strike from Derek Holland. Grounded towards first. Michael Young takes it himself. Quick out for Derek Holland.
That's what you have to do on that ball. That ball was probably going to curve foul before it got to the base. And the first baseman has to charge it because you know it's an easy out and catch it before it does go foul.
88 degrees at game time here as Derek Holland now steps in, gets a new baseball as he gets ready to face Alexi Ramirez. The reigning American League Player of the Week who won that award. It was announced yesterday for his efforts of last week, his first career Player of the Week award. We heard thunder, I should say, and saw lightning about an hour ago, but so far it's just windy here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. Strike to even things up at 1-1.
Yeah, it looks like everything so far has passed us by. Hopefully it'll stay that way all night long.
Yeah, that'd be great.
There was a lot of concerns yesterday and during the day today that right around game time we'd see some bad weather, but not the case right now.
White Sox don't come back and aren't available to play on Thursday, so they would need to do a doubleheader tomorrow. We'll keep our fingers crossed that this weather pattern stays the way it is. Ramirez had 4 hits and 5 RBI on Sunday. It matches a career high in both categories. But yesterday, like pretty much everybody in the White Sox lineup, Ramirez was 0 for. Had a strikeout, 2 regular groundouts, and then he grounded into a double play. Ozzie Guillen's team has been playing relatively well, 11-5 in their last 16 games, but 2 of those 5 losses have come at the hands of the Rangers, and there's a big strikeout of Ramirez.
The White Sox have seen excellent Ranger pitching. In the 2 games in Chicago, they saw Kobe Lewis, then they saw Matt Harrison pitch a terrific game. Today it's Derek Holland throwing the ball well. Yesterday it was Alexi Ogando, and there's a hot hitter, and he threw the fastball right by him.
Another fairly hot hitter coming up, and it's Carlos Quentin. Leads all of Major League Baseball with 23 RBI on the road. And he hits this one in the air. And gone, a home run. Just down the left field line and just inside the foul pole. White Sox are on the board.
Yeah, that's too bad because Derek was throwing the ball great. And I think what he and Torey Alba said right there, I don't want to throw Carlos Quentin a first pitch fastball because that's probably what he's up there looking to get. And maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, but instead he got a high curveball on the inside part of the plate. And the result was a home run down the left field line. Now, if that curveball is thrown where he wanted it to be, he wouldn't have hit it out of the ballpark. But he hit the mistake, and he hit it hard.
Now it's Konerko. White Sox establishing a 1-0 lead, and it ends a string of 20 straight innings of shutout baseball pitched by the Rangers. That dates back to Saturday's game and includes back-to-back shutouts by Matt Harrison and Alexi Ogando.
Good changeup right there.
Slice foul. And take a look at the shutouts that we're talking about. 5 shutouts has them tied for 3rd in the American League, and the consecutive shutouts have happened twice this year. And how about that? Both wins against the White Sox have been 4-0 shutouts, including Alexi Ogando's mastery in 2 hours and 5 minutes last night. Derek's inside with that one. It evens things up at 2-2. And a swing and a miss by Konerko, and the White Sox are through in the first. They get 1 though, take a 1-0 lead. Here comes the top of the Rangers batting order. In the bottom of the first inning, and here is the batting order that Ron Washington has penciled in there with Kinsler, Andrus, Hamilton, and Young. A pretty formidable front 4, and then it's Beltre, Cruz, Murphy, Torey Alba, and Mitch Moreland batting 9th again tonight. against Jake Peavy. Here's the scouting report.
He's had 2 terrific starts so far this year, including a shutout in his last start. Hasn't walked anybody in 15 innings. Activated from the DL on May 11th. He missed the last part of the season last year with that detached muscle in his right shoulder. He's just coming back from it now. Cy Young Award winner in 2007. He's led the National League in ERA twice, 2004 and 2007.
Says he's trying to live up to the expectations the White Sox had of him when they traded for him back in '09. And certainly in his last shutout start against the Cleveland Indians, no less, he did that. Followed back by Ian. Had his first multi-hit game last night since the 15th of May. And you see that 10 of his 12 multi-hit games on the year are right here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. There's a strike from Peavy at 91 miles an hour.
Yeah, Peavy has a really good sinker. He keeps the ball down. The ball really sinks. He's a veteran guy, knows how to pitch, had big years. Last 3 years, though, he's been hurt. 27 starts in 08, 16 starts in 09, and 17 starts last year. He's been on the DL with an elbow injury, an ankle injury, and a shoulder injury the last 3 years.
Didn't walk anybody in his first 2 starts, and he walks Ian Kinsler here to lead things off as we check in with Emily Jones.
Well, guys, as you well know, Elvis Andrus has had great success on the base paths so far this season. He's been successful on his last 25 straight steal attempts, and he says it is not lost on him that he's in the middle of such an impressive streak.
I need to continue to be the aggressive that I'm being. So, so far, trying to be smart. Don't try to go out there and run because they know that I'm going to be running. So, so far I feel good. My legs feeling good. I'm getting a really good timing on the base, and just keep rolling.
Elvis Andrus with tonight's Geico quote of the game, and he says he does want to still be aggressive but be smart at the same time. He says Ron Washington has given him the green light to go whenever he sees fit, guys.
Emily, thanks very much. And that's the amazing thing about, I think, his streak, Tom, is how well he's done it. Everybody in the ballpark knows he's going to steal just about each time he has stolen a bag this year.
Well, he's stealing meaningful bases. Last year at times he was running, I think, just for the sake of running. And he was thrown out a lot last year. His running percentage was not that great last year. So I think not only is he running smarter this year, he's stealing huge bases when they really count, but his technique is better because when he's stealing at a time when the other team anticipates it and is doing everything it can to keep him from doing it. So he's reading the pitchers, he's getting good leads, he's running as well, if not better than last year, and it's made him significantly better as a base stealer this year than last year.
Ian Kinsler looked like he was going, didn't. It's dribbled in front of the plate, and Ian gets to second. The out is made, but the runner advances.
Straight on top of that ball, looked like a perfect bunt.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's an at-bat. If you bunted it, it wouldn't have been an at-bat
right.
on a sacrifice bunt. But serves the purpose. It puts Ian at second base. Gives Josh and Michael a chance to tie the game up.
Pretty good duo to come up and try and do that. Josh, who was 2 for 4 yesterday and hit his first home run of the year.
Yeah, it's funny, over the last week or 10 days when Michael's been so hot, there's been several games where the opposing pitchers noticeably pitched around him. And so now first base is open, and they'll probably pitch tough to Josh, in which case you bring up Michael.
And Josh swings at the first pitch and knocks it into right field. Ian Kinsler rounding third. He's headed for home, and we are all tied up at 1. Another RBI, a claw-worthy moment from Josh Hamilton.
Well, I guess they didn't pitch him very carefully. First pitch fastball, got a good pitch to hit, and ripped it up the middle. He's had 3 hits since he's come back. A home run, a line shot double, and now this hard ground ball up the middle. Didn't take the Rangers long to get that run back.
No, the offense is, I don't know if you'd say clicking on all cylinders, but it's starting to head that way. It's clicking anyway.
You can see the light at the end of the tunnel, that's for sure.
Now it's Michael, very comfortable in that cleanup spot as he's been there. This is his 12th start, batting 4th in Ron Washington's batting order. He takes a strike from Peavy. It's 1-1. His last 3 games, Michael's 7 for 12. That's a .583 average in his last 3. His 3 for 4 went almost unnoticed last night with all the other major storylines. You had Josh and Nelly each hitting home runs in their first game back. And you had the mastery of Alexio Gondo. And the big national story after the game was John Danks and how he continues to pitch pretty well, but he's 0-7.
And I guess all you can say if you're trying to encourage John Danks is keep throwing the exact same way and you're going to win a lot of games.
You hear that breeze blowing through the microphones. That sort of thundering sound you hear is the wind catching these mics, even with our thick wind screens on, and it's also blowing through the microphones that we have positioned around the ballpark. 2-2 pitch to Michael is fouled back. Just from watching the flags, it looks like one of those nights where there would be a low jet stream. It looks like one of those where if you get the ball high to right field, it's not going anywhere. But if you get it in just the right spot, sort of a line drive to right field, it could get caught in that tunnel. Michael hits this one to shortstop. They don't get Josh at second, but they do get Michael at first.
They would have gotten anybody else at second, but Josh, with his speed, the jump that he had going on the fly, and the hard slide into second, Ramirez didn't want to chance it. He thinks about it, but they wouldn't have gotten him. Straightens up, makes the play at first.
Here comes Adrian Beltre. .38 RBI on the season for Adrian. That's second in the American League, and he's got a runner in scoring position. Josh is at second base. That's a first pitch strike to Beltre. That one's in there for a strike too, and you see the leadership lead board there and runs batted in. Canerco just a couple behind Adrian, who gained on Gonzalez last night but hasn't caught him yet. Maybe tonight. The night is young. Reaches out and chops that one foul. Nelly Cruz waits on deck. For Peavy, it's his first start against the Rangers since April 28th of last year. Swing and a miss, and he gets Beltre. And that'll do it, but the Rangers tie the score back up. An RBI single by Josh Hamilton. 1-1 after 1. 1-1, top of the second. That means it's time to say hi to Jim Knox.
All right, hey, John, great crowd out tonight, especially Don, one big Ranger fan here.
Whose bets is bigger in Texas?
There you go. All right, everybody having a good time right now, including 600 participants that the Rangers and the Rangers Baseball Foundation are hosting tonight, along with their families, from the Miracle League. If you want to find out more about the Miracle League, we'll see everybody a chance to play baseball. Log on to MLDFW.org, MLDFW.org. One more time.
And let's go, Rangers!
Way to go, Don.
Smashed foul by Dunn, and thank you, Noxie.
But you could see the wind down on the field and how it's affecting Adam Dunn, blowing in his face hard.
Already lots of debris out there, which we usually see or often see by the end of a game, but typically not this early. That ball's hit away from the shift, but Adrian Beltre is there to make the play.
Yeah, he jammed him with a good fastball and just sliced that little soft line drive. Makes Adam Dunn 0 for 31 this year against left-handed pitching. Almost blooped one in, but not quite.
Couple of steps to his right, and then Beltre made the play. It's Rios now. Alex has 4 home runs this year, and all 4 have come in the last 21 games.
John, we were talking about Yoshinori Tateyama last night, and I think we said that he was the oldest player to make his major league debut with the Rangers. Is that right?
Yeah.
We had one of the listeners, one of the people watching our game last night, was wondering about that. They thought we were talking about in Major League Baseball. And obviously there's been some players to make their major league debuts who are older than Yoshinori. But he's the oldest Ranger to make his major league debut.
He'll be the 4th Japanese player to start for the Rangers and to play for the Rangers when he gets in there. This one's hit hard right back up the middle and past Derek Holland into center field.
That's one you're glad that it is a base hit and not blocked by the pitcher's body. That really was a rocket. I think Derek got his glove on it.
He did get his glove on it.
Touched his glove. Wow. Did not see that off the bat. That would have been some kind of play.
Pretty good reflexes even to get your hand on it.
Yeah, for sure.
AJ Przinsky now. And this one's dribbled back to Darren. He gets both hands on that one and makes the play over to Michael Young at first. Rios on to second. But there are 2 away here in the 2nd inning, and it brings up the second baseman, Gordon Beckham. White Sox are 6-3 in their last 9 road games. They were 4-11 in their previous 15. And those 6 wins were all achieved against the other teams from the American League West. They won a series from the A's, the Angels, and the Mariners on a long road trip just before the Rangers faced them for 2 in Chicago last week. In there for a strike from Derek.
Good fastball right there, 94 miles an hour.
And another strike from Derek. And here's the American League Central standings. Chicago started very slowly, both on the road and at home. They've been climbing their way back up, as we mentioned, 11-5 in the last 16, but they're still 5 under and 10 out behind Cleveland. Swing and a miss, and he got him to end the inning. Still 1-1. Rangers bats coming up in the bottom of the second. Second, we're tied at 1. White Sox with a couple of hits. Rangers have one, and Nelson Cruz stands in. Big wave and a miss at the first offering from Peavy. Nelly was 1 for 4 with that 2-run bomb last night. Gave the Rangers a 3-0 lead. Peavy, who threw 19 in the first inning, 13 for strikes and 6 balls, is now quickly ahead of Nelly Cruz. It's 0-2. Nelly was asked today, when's the last time he felt pain in his quad? He said the day he hurt it. Says it hasn't been a painful injury. So way back in Seattle, when it was a chilly night, that he kind of pulled up lame a little bit, was the last time he really felt pain there. He tested it last night, both on the bases and out in left field. And there were no ill effects in his first game back. That one's fouled off.
Well, I think the Rangers over the last few years have been very cautious early in the season with that type of an injury, because the goal is to be a contender and to be at your best in September. And if it means having guys on the disabled list not being at your best early, then they're willing to do that.
Rocket into the gap in left center field, and Nelly Cruz doesn't even need to run that hard into second base. A leadoff double in the second inning.
And Nelly gets an off-speed pitch. Let's see what it is. It's either a changeup or a hanging slider, one or the other, but you really can't hit it a whole lot harder than that. Alexi Ramirez caught that ball. It would have lifted him up and taken him halfway out to left field.
He get caught in the wind, he would have been like a kite. Nelly Cruz safe at second, safe and secure. New York Life. David Murphy, the batter now. And he hits it hard, but right at first, and there to make the play is Konerko.
I was kind of talking about that last night. I think David, over the last 3 weeks, has hit more hard hit balls that have been caught than any other Ranger. There's another fairly hard hit line drive. With a little luck, it goes over Konerko's head, down in the corner for another double. Instead, it's right at Konerko.
That's why you wisely pointed out that David's bloop double last night was sort of just the baseball universe righting itself.
Yeah, and he's got a few more of those coming.
Yeah. Torrealba now. Jorvit has not been stellar with runners in scoring position this year. 3 for 23. That's a $130, but he's got one out there now. Nelly Cruz at second base. Strike called, evens things up at 1-1.
Well, John, you were talking about the standings in the American League. If you take Cleveland away, Cleveland's 15 games over 500, and you take Minnesota away, Minnesota is 16 games under 500. If you take those two teams away, the difference in the rest of the league is only 4.5 games.
Wow.
The Yankees and Tampa Bay are 4 over, and the White Sox are 5 under. So that's a gap of 4.5 games. In the East, there's only a 3.5 game difference between top and bottom. In the West, it's only a 3 game difference. So everything's tight except for 2 teams.
And that sound that you heard that sounds like wind blowing through the microphones is actually thunder this time.
Yeah.
Last time it sounded like thunder, it was wind. This time, if it sounded like wind, bad news, it was thunder. Big lightning bolt flashed through as well. Two balls and 2 strikes. That's the count on Jorvit Torrealba. And he slices that one foul. Vote now to send your favorite Ranger to the MLB All-Star Game in Phoenix. When you cast your 25 ballots by June 30th at TexasRangers.com. Choose the Rangers as one of your favorite teams, and you'll receive a special ticket offer and get a chance to win a sweet night. Vote today at TexasRangers.com. We'll do the 2-2 pitch again to Jorvit. Peavy misses with that one, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. A large and vocal crowd here on a windy night at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington, hoping this weather stays at bay. Swing and a miss from Torrealba.
That looked like a hanging slider that had spin that made it look like it was going to break, and it stayed up and in. A backup slider that had a pretty good effect. A good pitch if you could throw it on purpose.
So here comes Mitch Moreland, and once again the depth of the Rangers batting order with Josh Hamilton and Nelly Cruz allows Ron Washington to put Mitch 9th in the batting order. Swing and a miss at that one. And it's 0-1. Mitch has 7 game-winning RBIs already this year, tied for first in Major League Baseball. And he had the game-winning RBI in that game on Sunday against the Phillies. And Roy Oswalt. He snapped a personal 0 for 18 with runners in scoring position. At the time, the team was 0 for its last 18 with runners in scoring position too. Outside, it's 1-2. Nelly led things off here in the second inning with a double. Hard hit line out by David Murphy and a strikeout by Torrealba. Has Moreland at the plate. And that ball's hit towards first base. It's a fair ball. Nobody covering, and Mitch Moreland is safe.
Bad feeling for Konerko. Konerko caught the ball, took his time, looked to make the easy flip. Nobody there. Mental mistake for Jake Peavy.
Maybe Peavy thought it was going to go foul. I don't know.
Yeah, I either thought it was going to go foul or it was going to be a base hit, or that Konerko was going to be able to take it himself. But Konerko's counting on Peavy to get there, and it would have been a simple play. Instead, I guess you have to give him a base hit on that. That's a nice way to get a base hit.
Yeah. And they're at first and third now with 2 out. And it's the top of the order, Ian Kinsler.
Yeah, this is where you really want to take advantage of that fortunate play. Pick up a run right here.
They give you an extra out in the inning, essentially. First pitch is a strike to Ian. $17 RBI coming in to this game for Ian Kinsler. And a chance to add to that total. This is his 36th start as the leadoff man. He's dropped down into the 3 spot in the batting order for a while there, but he's back up at the top, and this one's grounded to first, and Konerko does take it himself this time. So the Rangers leave a couple on at first and third, but nothing more. It's still 1-1 at the end of 2. Is brought to you by Geico Insurance, where 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance, and by AT&T. Derek Holland back out there as we get set to start the third. He'll face the 9 batter in Ozzie Guillen's batting order, Brent Morrell. That's a first pitch strike to him. 12 pitches for Derek in the second, follow a 14 pitch first inning. Morel is 9 for 24 in his last 8 games. That's a .375 average. But he doesn't get a ton of playing time. And in fact hasn't played since the game in which he hit a home run against the Rangers.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. You would think a kid, he made the team because of a terrific spring training. Got off to a little bit of a slow start, but after he hit the home run, you would think they might want to see what the young kid could do.
Got hit there.
No, that's not what you're trying to do.
And we
hitter.
Check back in with Jim Knox.
All right, thanks a lot, John. You know, we got a big crowd from Tyler, Texas, that's right. And did they ride in style coming into today's game? The Fox Sports Southwest Fan Express rolled in from Tyler, Texas, and they had a, it was just like riding in luxury. George Roberts here. What was it like?
Oh, man, it was wonderful. We watched the video of last year's Rangers 2010 World Series climb. Yeah, we saw that, and then we saw another movie, Night at the Museum, so we've had a ball.
There we go. All right, and we got Bill and Jamie also host the radio program, KTBB Sports, and you guys, a big part of Ranger baseball down in Tyler.
Absolutely. I mean, the interest has grown year by year, and the last 2 years have been wonderful. Jamie put the trip together this year for us. We had, what, Jamie, 42 people?
That's exactly right. We sure do appreciate all the help from Fox Sports Southwest. They did a great job. We're having a blast.
Well, we appreciate you being there. Appreciate it. John, take it away. Way to go, guys.
All right, Noxie, thanks very much.
So a lot of good fans in that group.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be a tough play.
Yeah.
Even if Derek picked that up with Pierre bunting and running, I'm not sure they could have gotten him anyway. That was a really good bunt. Left-hand pitcher falls off to the other side a little bit. Tough play. Good bunt. Bad pitch to Brent Morel.
Yeah.
A pretty good chance of getting him out there ahead in the count. Instead, it was a hit by pitch.
And they're at first and second with nobody out here in the third inning. Pierre's the active leader among all players in bunt hits. That was the 181st of his career. And now it's Ramirez, who struck out the first time up. And he's showing bunt. Foul. And it's 0-2. Derek's ahead of him. White Sox are 4-7 on the year against left-handed pitchers. Derek hopes to make it 4-8 tonight. It's a little high to him.
Try to bunt with 2 strikes right there. Pretty good hitter to be bunting with 2 strikes. Player of the week last week. Hitting 280, driven in 23 runs. I hope he does try to bunt with 2 strikes.
Here's the 1-2. And he swings away, pops it up. Ian Kinsler going back. It is windy. Ian stays with it and makes the play.
I think he was probably thinking, I missed the sacrifice bunt. I'll get it this time. And he was going to bunt on his own. The pitch was a ball, and then someone from the dugout yelled to him, swing the bat. Either that or the third base coach said something to him, because he wasn't bunting then. Fortunately, he popped it up. The runners stay right where they are. I don't think Ozzie wanted him bunting in that situation.
Brings up Carlos Quentin. He's already spent a week as an American League Player of the Week. He actually achieved that honor in the first week of the season this year. He's got 25 extra base hits, which ties him for second in the American League. Yeah, 26 after the home run. And he hits this one the other way. Right field. And it's gone.
You don't think there's a jet stream? That ball went over the stands down the right field line.
Three-run shot. Back-to-back home runs by Quentin. One in the first, another here in the third.
The whole inning started off bad when Derek got ahead of Brent Morrell and then hit him with a pitch. If that doesn't happen, Pierre might not be bunting, and the whole inning has a whole different complexion to it. But the leadoff hit by pitch set up the whole thing.
That brings up Konerko with one out here in the third. Rangers down 4-1. And we'll look back one more time at the swing by Quentin.
Well, Quentin hit that ball well. I'm not sure it would have gone that far. It was a home run no matter what. That ball went over the seats in left field.
And ultimately, the fan who was standing and retrieved it threw it back, which has become a tradition here, much like what they do at Wrigley. One and one to Konerko. And it's right back towards Ian Kinsler at second. He's up with it. Makes the play. And now it's Adam Dunn. Hitless all year against lefties. And hitless tonight against the lefty Derek Holland with a liner to the away from the shift. The only infielder on the left side of the infield last time. It was Beltre over there. Slices this one foul. 405 feet on the home run by Quentin. Like it went farther than that. Ian Kinsler way back on the outfield grass. And another hit batter. Here comes Mike Maddox.
Check the ball after that.
You could see the frustration on Derek.
He hit a normal guy, but that's hit and done. That ball's probably got a mark on it after it hit him.
Yeah, normally they say that'll leave a mark on the player.
Well, that ball hit him right in the elbow.
Mm-hmm.
If that fastball hit my elbow in the same spot, I'd still be on one knee at home plate.
Hit him right in the funny bone. He's not laughing, but he's not crying either, like most of us would be. Mike Maddox's chat with Derek Holland is over. Time for the young lefty to just settle it down. Alex Rios coming up. 44 pitches already on the night for Derek. And the 20th pitch of the inning is hitting center field to David Murphy. And that'll do it for the White Sox in the third. They get 3, though, on the home run by Carlos Quentin. And it's 4-1 Chicago. with a home run by Carlos Quentin just down the left field line in the first inning to give the White Sox a 1-0 lead. Josh Hamilton, though, ties the game with an RBI single. Of course, Ian Kinsler had walked, and it's a claw-worthy moment, but then in the third, things unravel for Derek Howard, and Quentin goes the other way. His 12th multi-homer game in his career, second this year. He hit 2. And that one's foul. And it's 4-1. Elvis up now. And he's behind 0-1. They just asked the fans here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington, who are in the upper reaches of the ballpark, to vacate the upper deck because of high winds. There you see them. They're all making their way down to the lower levels because there are such high winds expected here. We're already experiencing some of that, and perhaps it's going to get even stronger.
Yeah, it's too bad because there's a pretty good crowd and there's nowhere to go to watch the game.
Not too many empty seats in the lower levels at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington at any game this year, including tonight's. We had another crowd of almost 31,000 last night. 30,861. Nineteen pitches in the first inning for PV. He threw 22 in the second. And Elvis is working him here. It's a full count. And that one's chopped foul.
You can tell that Peavy has the good sinker. Ball drops as it gets to home plate, his fastball. By the way, the Rangers have beat some of those balls right into the ground. Elvis has done it several times. It's hard to get the ball in the air when it's down around the knees and sinking.
One of the siblings got a foul ball and the other wants it, apparently. Sibling rivalry. Now we're going to separate them. This one's in the air and actually down in front of the center fielder, Alex Rios. It's a single for Elvis Andrus.
That was a high sinker. Didn't have the same effect. Rangers had a leadoff double and couldn't score in the second. Got the middle of the lineup coming up right now with the first man on with good speed, trying to get right back in this game.
Good at bat by Elvis, who winds up on first base with the single. His first hit of the night, and here comes Josh. He had the RBI single in the first. Tom mentioned last night how quiet his hands are when he's standing in there. He's just in that zone right now. Slices that one foul. "15 steals, 15 attempts without being caught for Elvis Andrus. That is first in Major League Baseball. The raw total of 15 has him tied for first in the American League. And there's the lead as he's diving back to first. One pitch swung and a miss from Josh Hamilton. There's your stolen base leaders. Elvis up there with Ellsbury, Crisp at 14, and then 3 others tied at 12. The 0-2 pitch. Misses outside. It's 1-2. Josh has a 9-game hitting streak going. 10-game hitting streak going, which is the longest in the American League. Another check at first of Elvis.
10 games and about a 2-month streak.
Yeah, that's why you don't realize there's this big streak going. Dates back to April the 12th when he hit a triple and left the game. Now Elvis is going, and Josh hits it into right field. Hit and run works to perfection. Elvis is at third base. Josh puts the brakes on at first.
A good start for the Rangers. Pretty good pitch from Peavy. It's a sinker tailing down and away. Josh finds a hole with a ground ball. Elvis, who is running on the play, easily scampers over to third base. Elvis takes a look to find out where it is. He knows it's into right field. And he knows there'll be no play on him at third base.
Michael Young in the air to right field. Drifting over to grab it is Quentin. Trotting home after tagging is Elvis. Sac fly and an RBI from Michael Young. And the White Sox lead has been cut to 4-2. Josh stays at first base, and the Rangers leader in RBIs, Adrian Beltre, steps in. Adrian's got 38 of them on the year. And that one's pounded foul. 7 homers and 29 RBIs in his last 33 games. Adrian, one of the guys who was picking up the slack in the absence of Josh Hamilton and Nelly Cruz, along with Michael Young. And this Friday, when the Rangers host the Royals, the whole family will enjoy a post-game fireworks show. It's brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation, who reminds you to always buckle up. Get your tickets at for Rangers baseball and those fireworks to the songs of the summer at TexasRangers.com. Another foul by Beltre. The 0-2 pitch from Peavy is fouled off again. Peavy, who missed or made just 17 starts last year because of that shoulder surgery he had to have. And in that start we mentioned against the Rangers last April, he allowed 6 runs on 6 hits, walked 5 and struck out 7.
Nice play by Brzezinski. Blocked that ball. Rangers making Peavy throw a lot of pitches. Brzezinski got a lot of mileage over that attempt to catch the pop-up in the owner's booth yesterday. He's on every highlight show. Talk shows talking about it all over the place.
A close encounter with a former president.
We thought he might be saying something like, "Don't worry, I'm trying to protect you." Yeah. Instead, he was saying something like, "Hey, just because you used to be president, I'll still dive in your lap.
I'll still jump on you." Probably should have known with AJ. That's more likely what he said. in a lighthearted moment. Take a look back at it. He says, the president asks, "Are you all right?" He says, "I'll still jump on you," even though the former, they got a chuckle out of it. The Bushes each have such great senses of humor. And now Josh is going, and the ball is hit towards short. They don't get Josh at second. They do get Adrian at first. And let's check in with Emily Jones.
Well, guys, the Rangers' offensive struggles without Josh and Nelson in the lineup were well documented, but we saw their return last night and what it did for this team. And Nelson said there is a little bit of added pressure with that anticipation for their return being so great.
Well, you feel sometimes you try to forget about it. You know, it's part of the game. You know, you got to go there and try to perform every day. But things will go like we expecting.
Nelson said he felt good last night. However, a lot of that he was riding was adrenaline. He said he hopes to feel and plans to feel even better tonight and a little more in sync at the plate, if that's possible, guys.
Thank you, Emily. And we are beginning to see the increase in the wind here. It is really blowing at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington.
A good time to hit a line drive to right center field.
Would it ever? Slice one the opposite way. Wouldn't take much.
There's been 3 times in the game already where the Rangers were running and the ball was hit with Josh running twice to stay out of a double play. He slid hard into second base. They couldn't turn a double play. Elvis was running on the base hit. Josh hit to right field, allowed him to get to third base and score on the sacrifice fly instead of the second base. I think what Tim McClellan might be asking Peavy is, are you able to pitch in this kind of wind?
Sure. As he retrieves home plate.
You'll keep your bat, be able to keep your balance. The wind, when it blows in like that, is blowing toward the pitcher. But when it comes back here, it's blowing back out. So I'm not sure what the pitcher feels, whether he feels the wind at his back or whether he feels it coming back out at him.
Saw Josh turning away from the debris blowing in his face.
I've heard middle infielders, in fact it might have been Mark McLemore one time, say that he felt the wind at second base blowing right straight in his face out toward right center field. You know, you see the flags blowing in, but when you're down on the field, that's not what you feel.
Nelly hits this one in the air towards center field. Rios will fight the wind and comes in to make the play. When we come back, a special treat as Nolan Ryan will join us from the owner's suite down there. It's 4-2, White Sox with the lead. We have the special treat of being able to talk to the Rangers president and CEO, Nolan Ryan, who will put on a headset and join us from down there in the owner's seats And we appreciate it very much, Nolan. I guess the first question is, how's the wind hitting you down there?
Oh, I tell you what, it is whipping around down here. We're all being sandblasted, and there's so much trash blowing around here, and you don't know what to expect from the wind.
Well, that's a dangerous seat. Take us through that little pop-up that went your way yesterday.
Hey, that wasn't a little pop-up. I think that thing went past the moon when it came back by. That didn't look real good on that. I don't know. I just felt like I wasn't going to be on my play.
I don't want to say anything, but the women didn't look like they were very well protected. I'll kind of leave it at that.
Jim Sundberg's sitting down here, and he says, hey, if there's one tonight, I'm going to yell, I got it, and everybody get out of my way.
All right, well, good.
So we're protected now.
We'll be waiting for that one.
We were kind of waiting for the president to yell, I got it, last night. But
I don't know if he ever moved.
No, he didn't move much. We're going to show it here and let our viewers see it one more time, and I'll watch the president. It looked like he was getting his hands ready, but he didn't stand up.
Well, I asked the Secret Service what they were supposed to be doing, and they said, well, hey, that ball's hit too high.
I had some people ask me, they said, now, was that blonde lady a Secret Service? It looked like she dove to protect Mrs. Bush. I said, no, that was Ruth.
She dove, but she went in the wrong direction.
Nolan, over the last couple of weeks, the starting pitching has been terrific. They've also been pitching deep into the ball game. Is that pretty much exactly what you envisioned a couple of years ago?
Well, I think what we've seen is with the way they've been pitching here lately, how it's impacted our games, and I think that is what we are all hoping for. And the fact that the bullpen has struggled some this year, you know, when they do what they've been doing here lately, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, Nolan, it's, you know, the 8 quality starts in a row is the most since way back in 1996. It's almost like you've gotten these guys into sort of a throwback mentality here.
Well, the thing they've been doing is throwing strikes and being efficient with their pitches, and it's allowed them to pitch so much later into the ball game, and that's what we really have asked for them to do, and they really have done it here as of late. And so what you're seeing is people completing games, and Ogando having that shutout, and it's just made quite a difference.
Nolan, when the wind's blowing like that, what does that do as a pitcher to you out there? Have you ever been in a game like this when you're pitching?
Well, I have. Used to, you know, get in a situation like this, candlestick sometimes, and as long as it's not cold, it doesn't really affect you. But once the ball's hit like it was that Nelson hit last inning, you know, that ball was hit a lot better than it played. And the center fielder at first, I thought, may not have a play on it because the wind was knocking it down so bad.
Nolan, we're going to show our viewers the ERA leadership in the month of May, and the Rangers ranked 4th in that category as a team, and most of that, I think, due to the starters and the ERA that they've been able to post. I mean, starters are 160 ERA in the last 8 games with a 3-2 record. Overall, 267 in the month of May for the starters. Only Detroit, Seattle, and Oakland are ahead of them. I mean, it's just been the month of the pitcher for the Rangers.
Well, it really has, and it came at a great time for us because with the injuries that we had with our position players, we weren't scoring a lot of runs, and starting pitching was giving us an opportunity to win ball games and also keeping us in games when we were down and had a chance if we got a timely hit that would be right back in the game.
Nolan, could you have written a better script last night than the way things went, not only to get Josh and Nelly back and to get both of them to homer, but then the game by Alexi and 2 hours and 5 minutes? That's a pretty good script for last night.
Oh, it was unbelievable. We just don't see 2-hour ball games anymore, and that's what happens when you throw as many strikes and you're as efficient with your pitches as he was. But he's been that way all year.
He seems to have mastered that blister issue with your help and I guess everybody else's, but that didn't seem to be a problem again yesterday for him.
Well, I really think that if he maintains that, and it's going to be something he has to do every start and between each start, and if he maintains that and doesn't let a callus build up there, I think that we can get ahead of that and stay ahead of it, and I think he's getting a better understanding of what he has to do that.
Yeah, we're reading that he has a special paste that he puts on it, and he takes glycolic acid, which is supposed to help promote the getting rid of that dead skin. And it's a little bit different than pickle juice and sticking your fingers in your ears like the old days, isn't it?
We've come a ways on that. But I think the biggest thing he can do is keep the callus off so we don't get a buildup there and get friction on that callus and end up having blood form under it. And if we can do that, I think that hopefully that we won't have, every third or fourth start have a problem with his finger where he's not being able to pitch past 70 or 80 pitches.
Overall, his story is one of the great in baseball right now, isn't it? The way he, wasn't even scheduled to be in the starting rotation, and now he's become one of the best pitchers in the American League.
Well, he really has, and prior to last year, his experience in professional baseball was the Dominican Summer League, playing against a lot of 16, 17-year-old kids. So what he's accomplishing with the little experiences that he has is phenomenal.
He's been fun to watch, and he's one of those guys that kind of let him go about his business, don't you? He's
oh, Lord.
Uh-oh, coming at you.
Did y'all see that?
I saw that. Did Sundberg get it?
No, that ball hit me and he never yelled. Nothing. That's what happens with a catcher.
That's what happens when you pop off right there, boy.
But that ball was headed towards the dugout and the wind blew it back over here.
I'll give Sonny credit. He had his big body over the women anyway.
Well, he did stand up. So yeah, that's a start.
Made more of a move, I guess, than the president did last night.
You can't write these scripts.
Fred tried more than Sonny did, and Fred has no prior experience as a professional baseball player.
Safe at first base. The Rangers do get the lead runner.
You could just tell by Torrealba. Torrealba was going toward the dugout and then had to come back toward you guys.
Yeah, I was tracking that ball, and it got right up here, and all of a sudden I saw it change directions, and it was unbelievable how much that it did come back over here.
Looked like Jim was able to get it on a hop, though.
I think he picked it up after it quit rolling.
Yeah, is that what it was? Torrealba, meantime, almost broke his ankle changing direction as he saw that ball get blown by the wind, and the wind continues to howl here.
Nolan, as we get toward the end of May, it's not that far away for the June draft to be coming up. How closely involved do you stay with the June draft?
Well, our amateur scouts are in. They came in on Monday, and they're starting to formulate our game plan. And I went in this morning and sat in on some of the discussions. And my intentions are to, anytime I have a time to go in there, I'm going to go in and sit down and listen to what the scouts have to say about certain players, and they start trying to rank them and put them in the order that we think they belong in.
Could you ever see yourself going out and watching, for instance, a pitcher that might be a #1 draft choice if he was pitching somewhere nearby?
Well, I have done that over the last 3 years and gone and watched some of the kids, and then when we have tryouts here, I'll go down and watch some of the kids. And so I find it really interesting and I enjoy it.
Out at second base, Nolan, thanks very much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Okay, guys, good talking to you.
Watch out for those foul balls, man.
Yeah, I am going to get me out.
You got Sundberg to protect you. Don't worry.
Somebody can handle this.
4-2, middle of the fourth. brought to you by Steel. For dependable trimmers and lightweight blowers, visit steeldealers.com. And by Whataburger, just like you like it. And this is what we don't like. The weather is moving in. No wet stuff yet, but the grounds crew has been mobilized, and they are pulling the tarp out. Right now, the managers, both managers, meeting with the umpires. Tim McClellan, the home plate umpire, and the rest of them chatting with Ozzie Guillen and Ron Washington as they get ready to put the tarp on the field here. There is obviously weather, as you can tell by the wind. So far, we've stayed dry at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington, but there appears to be a cell moving towards us that
they got to be careful putting that tarp on. It's going to go up like a kite, and they'll never get it down.
Yeah, this is one of the difficult jobs of the day, is to try and keep that tarp from flying away or dragging them with it. And somebody is actually down on the tarp right now. Now they're ready to pull it on out there. It's 4-2 White Sox. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning, and during the rain delay, I hope you'll enjoy baseball's golden age. We'll be back to update you and get you ready for play to resume. Clock hour as we get ready to restart here. White Sox with a 4-2 lead over your Texas Rangers. And look, Elvis Andrus is still smiling. They've been in the clubhouse, staying out of the wet weather for quite a while now. Here's how this one has transpired so far. White Sox on the board first. They've gotten a couple of home runs, actually, out of Carlos Quentin, one in the first inning. Josh Hamilton evens the score at 1-1 when he comes through with the RBI single as the third batter in the first inning for the Rangers. And then back comes Quentin. This time he had runners on base. Knocks one 405 feet, and then in the fourth inning, wow, the rains moved in. The skies got exceedingly dark. We had hail. We had fans who were taken from the lower concourse level and put under the stadium. And then they luckily found some paint down there and were able to paint Go Rangers. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Rangers, not Go. And they're ready. And the hardy ones have stayed, including those with antlers. And we're just about ready to play baseball here. And from a player's standpoint, Tom, there's nothing easy about this process, is there?
No, but you get used to it. You have, more rainouts this year than ever before. Yeah. And, just like we're sitting up here broadcasting, and after hanging around for 3 hours, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
This is your job, and you can't fight Mother Nature. Neither pitcher will be back out here. Brett Tomko is going to come in and pitch for the Rangers. He's all warmed up. Will Oman is either all warmed up or just finishing up. He'll start the fourth inning for the White Sox. Jake Peavy will not be back. There's Derek Holland, who pitched 4 innings, gave up the 2 home runs to Carlos Quentin. Well, it's a 4-2 ball game. The Rangers are hitting in the bottom of the fourth, and the umpires are out there ready to go. Hopefully the White Sox pitcher will be out here ready to go pretty soon. It's 11:20. That's when we're supposed to start, and here he comes.
Yeah, and here come the White Sox fielders as well. Derek's numbers 4 innings. He allowed 4 runs, all of them earned on 4 hits. He struck out 4. Yeah, the magic number was 4 for Eric tonight. Only 1 walk, although he did hit 2 batters. And for Jake Peavy, of course, he was only able to get through 3 before the rains came. He allowed 2 earned runs on 5 hits. He struck out 2, and he walked 1 as well. He threw 62 pitches. Derek threw 64. And the hardy souls who waited through a 3-hour rain delay, or almost that, officially called at 8:23, and it's now 11:20. Those who waited through the 2-hour and 57-minute rain delay are awfully glad they did. And they're glad to see the players back out on the field. The amazing thing about this field, and we've seen them remove the tarp twice, it is every time I see it stunning how well this field drains. And it has drained beautifully, and they're ready to play baseball. And let's say hello again to Jim Knox.
All right, hey John, I'll tell you what, a lot of Ranger fans are waiting this out. These are actually a group of junior college players from Pennsylvania in town to play in a JUCO tournament. What'd you guys do during the wait out?
We just sat around, went up, grab some food, talked to some girls.
There we go. Good one there. All right, they got the Go Rangers going. Let's get the chant going. Let's get this game underway.
Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers!
We'll keep them going all game long, guys.
Appreciate that, Knox. And I also appreciate you. They're still students, so spelling is still one of the things they're working on. I appreciate you getting the letters in order so they don't still say OG Rangers. Go Rangers, much more appropriate. David Murphy standing in now. He's the 7th batter in Ron Washington's batting order. He's been up once before in this game several hours ago. He lined out, hit it hard right at first base, though, and Paul Konerko was over there to make the play. That, though, was against Peavy. And now he faces Oman. Slice toward left field. Juan Pierre still fighting a little wind out there. 2 hours and 58 minutes officially on the rain delay, and Juan Pierre makes that play. It was quite a delay, not only with rain, but lots of hail. At one point, it almost looked like snow on the field. There was so much hail out there. Varying reports on the size of the hail. It's from where I sit in the broadcast booth, it looked marble sized. There were some reports that it was as big as golf ball sized. Imagine those who got hit by it felt like it was bigger than marbles. And there were quite a few that did. Yorvik Torrealba standing in now. He struck out the first time up. Jake Peavy was coming off a shutout of the Indians in his previous start. And only winds up going 3 innings because of the rain here. Popped up. It's in foul ground. Sizing it up and making the play over there is Konerko.
Yeah, Peavy had thrown 112, 113 pitches to get that shutout. It was only his second start back after being on the disabled list a lot of last year and the first part of this year. And so the fact that this was only his third start and he'd thrown so many pitches in his last start may have had something to do with him not being quite as sharp as he was last time. It looked like he was throwing the ball fine. Just I don't think he was hitting the outside corner with his slider the way he normally does. He was missing quite a bit. And maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe it didn't.
In a rain-delayed game, as you see the appeal, the called strike. In a rain-delayed game we had earlier in the year, Colby Lewis came back and pitched a couple of more innings after the delay. But then again, it wasn't a 2-hour and 58-minute delay. It was more along the lines of an hour for that one. One pitch to Mitch Moreland, misses outside. Mitch in the 9-hole tonight. Ian Kinsler, the leadoff man, waiting on deck. As in there for a strike, as may be implied by the fact that Ian's in the leadoff spot. If you didn't see the early parts of the game, Josh Hamilton and Nelly Cruz are in the lineup today. Josh batting third. Nelly's in the 6-hole. And both have already contributed hits. Josh with an RBI single in the first, another single in the third inning. And Nelly had a double back in the second inning. Full count now to Moreland. And the pitch from Omen. Swing and a miss, and he got him. 1, 2, 3, go. The Rangers as we resume play. Here comes Brett Tomko. Know how Elvis has been doing on the base paths this year. And we ask you, who holds the American League record for stolen bases in a season without being caught? It's very early in this season, but as you know, or maybe you don't, Elvis has not been caught yet. He's 15 for 15 this year. He's 23 for his last 23 if you go back to last year's postseason. And those 15 steals represent the highest total in the American League. Here are the numbers on Brett Tomko, as he will officially now replace Derek Holland. And he starts against the top of the order in Juan Pierre. And we welcome Steve Busby to the booth.
Hi, guys.
How are you,
Thought
Buzz?
you'd have gone home by now, Buzz.
Well, I did, and I came back.
Oh.
Yeah.
Went home, took a nap, and came
yeah,
back?
exactly. Yeah, freshened up a little bit.
There's Buzz. He's getting ready for Rangers Live, too.
Yep.
You get to work even a little longer after this one concludes.
Yeah, I know. And hopefully we'll be talking about a win, because if I stay out here this long, it better be a win.
Might as well get a victory.
I'm going to be upset.
Just like those extra inning games, you got to get a win if you're going to play extras.
Got to commend all the folks that stayed here, too, throughout this. This is impressive.
Pretty hardy crowd, and
Yep.
there's quite a large crowd still. We were figuring that the crowd originally was about the size of the one last night, so sneaking up on 31,000, probably over 30. And, you know, I don't know, there's not half of that left, but there's quite a few left. And actually, the projected attendance for tonight was 35,000 as Pierre draws a walk. There may have even been more in the building than were here last night to start this one. Not the way Tomko wanted to start this thing. What did you do as a player during rain delay? Did you ever come back as a pitcher and pitch after a rain delay?
Yeah, it just depended on the situation. You know, tonight, to me, was right on the cutoff line. The length of the rain delay, John, I think was what the determining factor was. It was, you know, you get up close to 3 hours, and it's pretty tough to come back. But normally 4 innings, maybe 5 innings. Somewhere in there is probably a cutoff line where if you've thrown that much, it's a little bit tough to sit down for any length of time and then come back and get loose again and be effective.
Mm-hmm.
I read where earlier in the year one of the Red Sox games was going to be delayed for quite a while, and it was only in the second inning. I can't remember who their pitcher was. It might have been Buchholz. And what they did was they just had him warm up for, you know, 3 or 4 minutes every 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, to almost simulate like he was pitching a quick inning. But you couldn't do that if you pitched, you know, 70 or 80 pitches, right?
You probably wouldn't want to. That makes a lot of sense. You know, back when I was pitching, we weren't smart enough to figure that out.
You just sat down and ate a sandwich.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's, you know, you asked me what I did during the rain delay. I ate.
Yeah.
Did you?
That's what I did.
Yeah. You got to raid the fridge in there and see what's going on.
Yeah, and I'm sure in those days it was really healthy food.
It was. Yeah, a lot of good salami.
Mm.
Low-cal salami.
We had a game one time that was, we were behind by about, several runs. And I was like maybe the 8th hitter in the inning. And the first guy made an out. So I went back up in the clubhouse. And I had my spikes off. And I had a plate of fried chicken in front of me. And I was eating the chicken. And all of a sudden we started to get a rally going. So I finished off the chicken and got my spikes on and had to go back out and play.
With a full gut full of chicken.
Jackie Brown was pitching for Cleveland. They had to go back out and play in the game.
Wow. It is amazing, though, and people may not realize just how hungry you get and how much, you know, energy you use playing this game. These guys are starving when they get done after a game.
You know who's really hungry is everybody up in the press box. You see people scavenging around in the press dining room hoping they could find like a cold piece of pizza.
Yeah. Pierre with the steal there of second base. And let's check in with Emily Jones.
Well, guys, I have been eating my fair share of food during the rain delay, but in one of my trips to and from the press box, I ran into one of the clubbies from the visitors clubhouse, and he said he got sent on a mission to find 50 hamburgers. He was only able to find 7, so I'm not sure how well fed the White Sox were during the rain delay.
Those 7 were for Adam Dunn.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Em. And how do you only find 7? We're in Arlington. I could find 50 in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know. He just had all he said I was supposed to get 50, and all I could come up with was 7. I don't know what happened.
I'll tell you what that is. That's a Rangers fan who works in the visiting clubhouse, and he's like, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, it's a small town, Arlington. Where am I going to find 50 hamburgers? I mean, unless they were looking for something specific. There you go. Strikeout of Quentin.
Good slider from Tomko. Juan Pierre coming into the game had stolen 6 bases and been thrown out 8 times. And if Torrealba had hung on to the ball, he'd have been thrown out that time because he was only about halfway there.
Yeah, it's his first steal in 19 games.
The Ranger catchers have thrown out opposing runners at a 44% rate. That's up there as good as you'll see it.
Yeah, Napoli's 4 for 8 in throwing out runners, so he's right at 50%.
And they've been a good tandem. I've been very impressed with both Mike and Yorbi Torrealba handling a pitching staff, playing defensively, and to me, with this Ranger ball club, I think anything they do offensively is really gravy. It's over and above what they expect.
That said, are you a little surprised, especially as much as we saw Napoli, at what he's produced offensively?
Not really, John. Mike Napoli has always been pretty much of a streak hitter.
Yeah.
And he's in one of those cold streaks. It just happens to be at the start of the season. He got off to a pretty good start, and then it's cooled off the last 4 or 5 weeks. But he'll get it going again. He has a history of doing that. And, when he gets hot, he doesn't just get base hits. He hits the ball out of the ballpark.
Right. As it is now, 10 of his 16 hits are extra base hits.
Yeah.
There's Mike over there on the bench with Derek Holland, who started this game. And there's a called strike. 2-2 on Konerko. Caught the inside part of the plate.
Buzz, when you were pitching, did you ever throw a slider on the inside part of the plate to a right-hand hitter? Did you ever try to do that?
Not intentionally.
Not
no.
intentionally?
No, I throw it to that corner from the left, backdoor it to a left-hander. But no,
You never tried to, make him flinch and catch the inside corner?
No, because I was always afraid he might not flinch. And then I was going to get my
you're
third
watching him
baseman
trot
killed.
around the bases?
Yeah, either that or get my third baseman killed, and I didn't want to do that.
Payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for Tomko.
So much for the leadoff walk.
Yeah. He got to second and no further. And it's still 4-2. White Sox with a lead on the Rangers. We're playing. AT trivia question. Who holds the record for the most stolen bases in a season without being caught? It's Paul Molitor, who had 20 bags and 0 caught stealings back in 1994 for Toronto. As we mentioned, Elvis Andrus is at 15 already. If he has a whole season where he doesn't get caught, he'll have a lot more than 20 steals. We're only just past the quarter pole here, and we've got a new pitcher for the White Sox. They're going to use the bullpen. Tony Pena out there. Will Omen pitched the last frame. Now it's Pena's turn. Ian Kinsler will stand in against him, and the first one is inside. Numbers on Pena for the year. Ian hits this one hard to left field. He stops at first base. But Ian Kinsler is on for the second time tonight. He walked in the first. He's got a leadoff single here in the fifth.
Jumped all over this pitch. Unfortunately, just snuck it by Burrell at third base.
Well, that's great to see. Ian Kinsler taking off again. That's 2 nights in a row now that he's really driven the ball, that a pitcher's made a mistake on the inside part to him.
Hitting those line drives.
Yep.
Elvis Andrus up now. 3rd in the American League in sacrifice bunts. He has 6 of them. This one's popped up foul.
I'm thinking he's looking a little bit more for a base hit right there. It's really middle of the game, down by a couple of runs. I don't know if it's a sacrifice bunt situation or not. Rather see him shoot for that hole between first and second. A little first and third here.
Maybe he was setting him up for a little hit and run action.
Maybe.
He's ready for the 0-1 pitch. And he doesn't show bunt that time. Pitch misses. It's 1-1. Perhaps it's significant that Pena's ERA at home is 2.70. On the road, it's 9.39 this year. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. Down the first baseline, it's a fair ball. Ian Kinsler's headed toward third base. Elvis is headed toward second. Now Ian's being waved home. Throw coming to the plate, sliding, safe.
Oh, Rangers caught a break right there. It was a hard hit ball. And I think the fact that Konerko got a glove on it is what allowed the run to score. It would have been second and third with nobody out anyway. It rolls down into the right field corner. I'm not so sure he would score. Konerko couldn't quite snag it.
Bounded around down there, and that did allow Ian, who looked like he was slowing at third, to make it on home. Now it's Josh Hamilton, and you hear the chant in the background, perhaps. Might be a little premature for MVP, but he has played well since he's been back. RBI single in the first, single in the third. And he has helped with Nelly Cruz to breathe life into this Rangers batting order. Hits it towards first base. Konerko up with it. Makes the play himself.
Well, you could tell Josh was trying to pull the ball right there. try to pull it for a base hit, but if you don't get a base hit, at least you move the runner over to third base, and that's why he's getting all the high fives for grounding out to first base.
Yep, he pushed Elvis over there to third, so with one out, the Rangers have a runner at third. That's the tying run as Michael Young steps up. Leader on this team with runners in scoring position and fourth in the American League at 442, and he hits it in the air to right field. Back to make the play is Quentin, and tagging and trotting home is Elvis.
He hit that ball about 3 hours ago.
Yep.
It might have gone 400 feet.
And he did hit that ball about 3 hours ago in the third inning. He did the exact same thing, an F9 sack that drove home Elvis. So we're all tied at 4 runs apiece. And here's Adrian Beltre. In the air, headed toward left field. And over the wall, no, off the wall, and bounding into left field. Beltre's in at second.
Well, the only thing Beltre didn't do with that is get it up in the air a little bit. It's kind of a sinking line drive. Having a pretty good inning against Tony Pena right here. Nelly Cruz up. Pena's throwing his fastball right down the middle of the plate and hanging his breaking ball. That's not a real good combination.
There's the claw. Reluctant claw participant, Adrian Beltre.
There's a good slider.
Nelly had a double back in the second inning. Flew out to center field in the third. As a team, the Rangers are still hitting .267 with runners in scoring position. It's fourth in the American League, but they were dreadful on the road trip in that category. Of course, Nelly wasn't on the trip. He was in rehab. Where he hit safely in 5 of the 6 games between Frisco and Round Rock. And this one is looped towards center field. Coming on to make the play is Alex Rios. That will do it for the 5th inning. But the Rangers tie it up. We're tied at 4. Buzz, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy Rangers Live. We'll see you after the game.
Talk to you tomorrow.
All right, Buzz. See you then. 4-4 and nothing for the White Sox. 4-8 and no errors for your Texas Rangers. And Adam Dunn. Who was hit by a pitch his last time up in the 3rd inning. Numbers against the lefties terrible, 0 for 31, but he's facing the righty Tomko now, and it's inside.
Dunn is, in addition to having a hard time against lefties this year, he's also 3 for his last 33.
There's a strike to him from Tomko. White Sox were 3-3 against the Rangers in Texas last year. That ball's in the air and deep to right field. And it is in the upper deck. A home run by Adam Dunn, his 5th of the year, and it comes back onto the field as the fans want no part of that souvenir.
Tomko made some great pitches with his slider and curveball to Quentin and Konerko to strike them out in the 5th inning. But this time the first breaking ball of the 6th inning is a hanging curveball right down the middle of the plate. And even when you're 3 for 33, that's a pretty good pitch to hit.
Watch and listen. And they measure that one, or estimate it anyway, at 404 feet, as it finds about the 3rd row in the upper deck. Rios the batter now. Single and a walk, or rather a single and a flyout. We are live at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington after a 2-hour and 58-minute rain delay. We have resumed play, and the Rangers were trailing 4-2 when we resumed. They tie it at 4, and now the White Sox have retaken the lead on the leadoff home run in the 6th inning by Adam Dunn. It's 5-4 Chicago. And there's a walk to Rios. Mike Maddox will come out and chat with Brett Tomko. Brett pitched a scoreless 9th inning on Saturday at Philadelphia.
Well, after he walked Pierre in the 5th inning, he was really sharp. Ramirez, Quentin, and Konerko, 3 best hitters right in the middle of their lineup. But he's come out here in the 6th inning and hasn't been able to have the same command with his breaking ball. Hung one to Dunn for a home run and then missed with all of them to Rios.
His ERA, not unlike the rest of the team lately, has been 1.00 in his last 5 games. And most of the runs he's allowed have been on home runs, like the one Dunn hit. Strike there. A.J. Przinsky. And that ball's in the left field, sliced in front of Nelly Cruz. Runners at 1st and 2nd. 1 run already in, nobody out in the 6th inning. And now Torey Alba will come out for a chat with Tomko. Quick word from Adrian Beltre, and the Rangers are ready to face Gordon Beckham. Struck out his first 2 times up tonight, but he was officially 2 for 2 last night with an infield single and a walk.
Rangers anticipating a bunt. It is a bunt attempt, but he took the ball. Beltre weighing at third, Michael charging in at first base. Rangers have really utilized the wheel play a lot in the bunt situation. It worked at once. Attempted it a number of times. Didn't look like that was on that time.
Might be here, though. The bunt is foul. And Ozarko website Wednesdays offer half-price tickets in select seating areas when purchased on TexasRangers.com. And all Wednesday games feature dollar hot dogs. Don't miss it. Tomorrow, 105 against the White Sox. Get your tickets at TexasRangers.com/specials today. One and one now to Beckham. He's already showing bunt. And he gets this one down. Fielded by Tomko to Kinsler, and they get the runner at first.
Third baseman Quentin.
Good job by Beckham. Good sacrifice bunt. Infield in. Morel the hitter.
Runners are at second and third now.
Hasn't walked in 103 plate appearances.
Wow. Hits that one past the drawn-in infield. And it brings home a run.
You can probably get him to swing at the breaking ball outside the strike zone, but unfortunately, so far in the inning, Brett's had problem with his breaking ball. Again, right down the middle of the plate. Trying to throw it down and away. Instead, it comes right on the inside half of the plate.
And now they're at first and third. Couple of runs in the inning. White Sox lead at 6-4. Brett's thrown 30 pitches at this point, 17 of them for strikes, and he faces Juan Pierre again. Faced Juan as his first hitter, and he checks the runners. He walked him. And there's the latest Ranger. Just called up from AAA yesterday. Yoshinori Tateyama, who, if he makes it into the game, will be the oldest Rangers player to make his major league debut. Another bunt, but foul by Pierre. It's A.J. Przinsky heading back to third base. Brent Morel is the runner at first. And now the 0-1 pitch is a pitch out.
Good call, but Morel picked up the pitch out, it looked like, and stopped. He was going on
He was headed that way, yeah. So it's 1-1. Pierre extended an 8-game hitting streak to 9 with a bunt single earlier in the game. He is the active leader among all players with bunt singles.
Yeah, when he's attempting the bunts here, this is not a squeeze play. He's bunting for a base hit, hoping to end up with the bases loaded. Or if it's a real good bunt, then maybe Przinsky can score.
In the air towards center field, David Murphy coming on.
I think he left too soon.
Long throw.
Doesn't matter, he's out anyway.
And they get him. Double play to end it. The fans are giddy that are still here. Another great throw by David Murphy. And it's 6-4. White Sox have taken the lead in the 6th. It's brought to you by Sonic Drive-In. Tonight's jackpot worth an even $100 plus dinner for two at Sonic Drive-In. And tonight the Rangers are hitting for Larry Williams of Cedar Hill. Chris Sale is out there pitching now for the Chicago White Sox. Third inning since the restart and the third pitcher they've sent out there.
Yeah, this kid's got a good arm. You're a left-hand hitter. He looks like he'd be pretty tough. He comes from a three-quarter to sidearm delivery with a fastball, at least the last time we saw him, well into the 90s. 15 innings, 19 strikeouts. He has given up 3 home runs, though.
David Murphy first against him. Big cut and a miss from David.
96 miles an hour. .97 miles an hour.
And David waves at that one too. He's quickly behind 0-2.
Left-hand hitters are hitting .261 against him. From what we've seen, I don't know how.
This one's grounded to shortstop. And let's check in with Emily Jones.
Well, guys, David Murphy making a habit of making great plays from center field. You saw the one last inning, and then, of course, the one last night throwing out Paul Konerko at second base. David said in that case it was a win-win situation for him.
Take a chance, turn and make a throw, and if he's in there, he's supposed to be, and everybody's basically expecting that. And if I get him, then it ends up being a pretty good play. So it's just, you know, I was laughing about it after, saying Wash that I could play shortstop because I can make that play in the hole now.
David Murphy saying that probably the best play he has made from center field. And Tom, I know you were appreciative of it, and he was as well.
Yeah, that really was a great throw. Whether you're catching a fast runner or a slow runner.
As Torey Alba takes it into the gap in right center field. He's rounding first and headed for second base.
He turned around that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. But getting back to David, whether you're making it on a fast runner or a slow runner, when you're almost to the warning track in left center field, do a complete 360 and throw it that accurately, that quickly, that's still a great throw.
David said he recalls a play that was similar from left field, but said that's the best play he figures he's made from right or from center field. And he also said, you know, Torrey Hunter says that robbing a home run is almost as fun or more fun than hitting one. He says, I don't know if an outfield assist is as fun as a home run, but he said it's pretty fun. He did call it the defensive equivalent of hitting a home run. An outfield assist like that. That was another thing that charged up the Rangers team last night. .1-0 pitch to Mitch. Swing and a miss. That one's fouled off, and we take a look at the Home Depot. Doing more on defense, and we'll start last night with the throw we've been talking about from David Murphy. Turns, fires, and they get Konerko at second base. And then tonight, he's still doing more on defense, and he's doing more with that good arm of his. David Murphy in the Home Depot doing more on defense. Outside the Moreland, it's even at 2-2 as Murph looks on. Another foul from Ron Washington's ninth-place hitter, Mitch Moreland, tonight. Jorvik Torrealba's at second. Turned around to Chris Sale fastball and drove it to the gap in right center field. That one misses away, and the count is full. Rangers got a run in the first. They added another in the third. Those were both before the rain delay, and then two more in the fifth inning, tied it at 4. White Sox took a 6-4 lead in the sixth.
Good at bat for Mitch against a tough lefty, throwing sidearm sliders that he's laying off of. Fouled off 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Tall, lanky guy like this throwing from that arm slot almost makes a left-hand hitter feel like he's coming from first base.
He checks the runner, Torrealba at second, and the payoff pitch popped up and out of play. Just over the Rangers dugout. And you see where most of the fans who are left have congregated. Allowed to move around a little bit at this point. Ninth pitch of the at-bat coming to Mitch Moreland. And it too is fouled off. Mitch is hitting .286 at home with 4 homers. 4 of his 5 are hit here at Rangers Ballpark, and 10 runs batted in. And he hits this one in the air toward right field. It's off the wall. Rounding third and headed for home is Torrealba. Throw coming in. He's in standing. And the Rangers have trimmed the White Sox lead to 6-5.
That's one of the better at-bats of the year right there. When you consider you've got a left-hand pitcher throwing from the side 97 miles an hour, and a left-hand hitter at the plate, playing off tough sliders, fouling off tough pitches, and then tees off on a fastball. The only thing that kept this in the ballpark was it was a line shot, and it was sinking. It never got up in the air. Otherwise, this game would be tied. And he hit it so hard, it could only end up being a single.
Bounded off the wall hard. And now it's the top of the order, Ian Kinsler. Takes a first pitch outside. It's 6-5 now. White Sox put up 2 in the 6th inning. Rangers have answered with 1. That one's in there for a strike. Talked a lot about the Rangers staff and starter ERA of late. The White Sox have been doing pretty well too. 4-1 in their last 7 with a 2.16. That's the entire staff. Way inside from Sale. And the check of the runner at first base. Chris Davis has made it back to Round Rock. And in his first game back today, Chris was 1 for 3 with a 3-run homer. Strike called. 95 miles an hour evens things up at 2-2. Ian hits that one hard but pulls it foul.
Oh,
nice catch.
That guy caught it with his bare hands, boy. That was a rope, too. I got to give that guy some credit right there.
Big time congratulations.
Use his hat.
Oh, it hit him right in the gut.
Took one for the team right there.
He did. But he held on, and he's got a souvenir and a big smile on his face.
And a big welt on his stomach.
Yeah, there it hurts. Right, that's where it hurts, right there. That is where it hurts.
He thought about catching it in his hand.
It will
Just
leave a
couldn't
mark.
quite make the hand hit the ball.
No. But it didn't miss the tummy. 3-2 now to Ian.
Boy, he's swinging back good right now. Right
Line
on
drives
everything.
all over the place.
2 line drives to left for base hits yesterday. 1 so far today, and a couple of hard line shots foul in this at bat.
And now the payoff pitch to him as the runner goes, and it's a walk. And you see Don Cooper coming out, the White Sox pitching coach. And Saturday, the UEFA Champions League final comes to Fox with a rematch of the 2009 final. Barcelona looks for their 3rd championship in 6 years, while Man U looks to avenge their 2009 final defeat and claim their 2nd title in 4 years. Fox Sports exclusive coverage of the UEFA Champions League final begins Saturday at 1 in high definition. Well, there is Nolan Ryan has been added to the Texas Legends. Nolan made his debut tonight. with the other Texas legends, and we'll show you how that debut took place in just a couple of minutes here. This one's chopped back toward the mound. Off with it. The Sale, and he makes the play, but only to first. So the runners advance. And here comes Josh Hamilton with runners at second and third. There are 2 out here in the 6th inning. Rangers have gotten back to within 1. Between the Moreland at bat and the Kinsler at bat, Sale threw 18 pitches. 10 to Mitch, 8 to Ian. He's at 25 in his inning of work. He gets Josh to swing at that one and make it 0-2. Josh has a home run in 4 of his last 6 games against the White Sox. And he chops that one towards shortstop. Ramirez makes the play. And that will do it for the Rangers. They get back to within 1. It's 6-5 at the end of 6. To you by your Texas Ford dealers. Check out the Ford F-150 and drive one. Ford is the best in Texas. And by Southwest Airlines, new Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats, and no blackout dates. And let's show you how Nolan was introduced as one of the Texas legends. You see him running pretty hard and throwing his glove, and what's he? Oh, look at there. There's a Robin Ventura look-alike on the field. We're playing the White Sox after all, and Ventura doesn't want any part of Nolan this time. There is the real Nolan watching as the Texas legend, and Ruth with him too, by the way.
I think that Nolan Ryan can outrun
Big Head Nolan?
Big Tex.
Yeah.
Not now, but when Big Tex was like playing that.
Yeah.
That replica Big Tex can run, boy.
That guy can go, can't he?
He was flying.
He's throwing his glove. Instead of charging the mound, he was charging the plate. Here's Tateyama. And he is officially the oldest Rangers player ever to make his debut at 35 plus. Long career in Japan for Tateyama. Ramirez pops it up. Moreland has it. And Tateyama's getting it done like he was in AAA. PCL hit just 214 off him. And he had 26 strikeouts with only 4 walks.
He's coming into a tough part of the lineup. Ramirez, Quentin, and Konerko. And if one of them gets on, Adam Dunn.
Right-handers.
Go ahead.
Right-handers were hitting $186 off him in the AAA.
Yeah, and he probably won't face Adam Dunn. Arthur Rhodes is throwing out in the bullpen.
Tateyama pitched 11 years in Japan. And there you see Arthur. Tateyama's quickly ahead of Carlos Quentin. No balls and 2 strikes. Rangers trailing it by a run. We are live, even as we get past the midnight hour. A weak attempt at that one, and it's a strikeout for Tateyama. 2 out in the 7th.
Gets ahead with a fastball. And then he drops that slider in there. Made Quentin look in a way that he didn't want to look. Tateyama is definitely not a big guy.
No.
Slightly built.
Now he faces another righty, Konerko. He pulls that one foul. Paul struck out twice already in the game and had a ground out to Ian Kinsler. That came back in the 3rd inning. One and one to the cleanup man, Paul Konerko.
Yeah, Konerko's hitting 300, but he's slowed down a little bit. He's 3-5 for his last 32. That's a good slider he throws up there. A sharp breaker.
Tim McClellan calls it a strike. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Tateyama, in his debut, allows his first base hit as Konerko slices that one into right.
Konerko's just up there trying to play pepper right there, just make some contact.
And here is Adam Dunn, and here is Ron Washington, as Tom predicted. Left-handed hitter coming to the plate. And Wash calls for the lefty in the pen. Arthur Rhodes will replace Tateyama, who retired the first 2 batters he faced in his major league career. 6-5 White Sox. We break with the pitching change at Rangers Ballpark. The Rangers. And hey, baseball fans, Chevy is proud to support youth baseball leagues in your community. If you'd like to learn more about Chevy youth baseball programs, go to youthsportswired.com. This one keeps going, and these youngsters can go straight from here to school. We are playing on live at almost 12:30. And what is officially Wednesday morning as Arthur Rhodes replaces Yoshinori Tateyama for the Rangers. Gunn swings at the first one and pops it back and foul out of play just in front of us.
He didn't have to try for that. Just came right to him.
Bounced right to a guy in a Rangers shirt. His son was very excited. Good job, Dad. Another one back in the same general direction. Oh, that young man had another big hug for his dad who caught that ball. No balls and 2 strikes on Adam Dunn. Blasted a home run in the 6th inning to lead things off. And the overrated chant goes up here. Adam Dunn has not assimilated well to the American League yet.
Well, he's hit too many home runs for too long to hit like this the rest of the year. He's going to get hot. You just hope it's not your team that he starts to get hot against.
2-2 pitch to him. Fouled straight back.
Having a hard time catching up with a fastball from Arthur, though. Lefties have given him a huge problem this year. He's 0 for 31 against left-handed pitching.
Got 60 strikeouts already this year. That's first in the American League. But he has walked 27 times, too. That has him in the top 10. He's 10th in that department. Already a runner at first base. That's Konerko. He singled off Tateyama. That one is fouled back. Arthur has retired 5 of the last 6 batters he faced. And he's got the payoff pitch to Dunn in the air and popped up foul back right at us. Doesn't quite reach us, though. It's in the seats.
I think in all the time that I've been in this ballpark, in this job, we've had 1 ball hit in the booth.
Really?
Yep, 1 ball.
Wow. Did you catch it?
I dropped it.
Seriously?
Yep. Only 1. Tom Paciorek was sitting right next to me on the other side over there where the White Sox were here. And he got a great laugh out of it.
Dunn works a walk. His 28th of the season.
Could have been borderline
close.
pitch.
Yep.
Could have gone either way.
9 pitch at bat by Dunn, and it brings up Rios. First pitch is inside. 1 ball and no strikes to Alex. The runners are at first and second. White Sox lead this rain-delayed game 6-5. We're in the top of the 7th inning. If any consolation, the weather's beautiful now. There's still a breeze blowing, but not the gale force winds that we saw earlier in the game. And the rain that moved through here put a little chill in the air, make it feel very pleasant out here at 73 degrees. That one's in there for a strike. It's 2 balls and a strike to Rios. Single in the 2nd inning for Alex, followed by a fly out in the 3rd and a walk back in the 6th. In the air towards center field, David Murphy going back, and it's over his head. It's off the wall. 1 run is home. Adam Dunn is being held at 3rd. In at 2nd base is Alex Rios. And it'll bring up A.J. Przinsky.
Yeah, the plan was not to have to face Rios this inning. The plan was to get Dunn. He was 0 for 31 against left-handed pitching, but he battled up there. He worked a walk.
And now it's lefty-lefty again. First pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-0. There's a strike called. .350 innings caught by Przinsky this year. 2nd in the majors. Fouls that one off.
Like a soccer goalie trying to block that ball.
Yeah, couldn't quite hold on.
Gave it a great try, though.
Yeah, leapt for it. And it bounded off his hand. And it stung. Ball and 2 strikes now to Przinsky. Pitch from Arthur. Misses to make it 2-2. That was grounded foul. So it'll stay 2-2. White Sox had 10 or more hits in 4 straight games before last night. They're at 9 right now. Rangers have 10 hits, but trail at 7-5. And the 2-2. Toward left field. Adrian Beltre has it, and that'll do it. White Sox, though, add a run, make it 7-5. We're in the middle of the 7th. homer of the game. And we'll give it to Carlos Quentin, who had a home run down the left field line in the first inning, and then Quentin came back. And in the third inning, Carlos Quentin had one that got in the jet stream and went 405 feet over the seating area out there in right field. And Carlos Quentin is our Jaguar performer of the game. His White Sox lead at 7-5 now. And we got a new pitcher. He's Jesse Crane. Pretty good numbers from Crane.
A good fastball, mid-90s fastball, hard slider. A lot of strikes.
Native of Houston, Texas, and still resides there in the offseason. He's 3-1 against this Texas team with a 0.00 ERA and 23 1/3.
He's got a 149 opponent's batting average against him so far this year. Hanging a slider up there right now, though.
Facing Michael Young, Rangers cleanup man. Was hitless on the night, but he's got a couple of RBIs with 2 sacrifice flies.
Didn't hang that one. That was a nasty slider. Hard slider, too. 87 miles an hour.
Nine straight scoreless outings for Crane. And that one's up and in. So it's 3-2 to Michael Young. And he fouls that one back. .33 RBI on the year now for Michael Young. And he works a walk. Leadoff walk to Michael Young as we check in with Jim Knox.
All right, thanks, John. Time for the progressive fan of the game. It has to be Kyler and Cooper. These little guys from Plainview, Texas, been here all game long. Waited out that big rain delay. They've been dancing. They've been cheering for the Rangers. Here's the bag. Here's the shirt. You guys share it tonight. Your brothers. Why not? What do you have to say? And having a good time. Way to go, yeah!
I even choreographed it, Doxy. Thanks much. A little choreography at the end. And they are fired up. As are any of the fans who waited through a 2-hour and 58-minute rain delay. There's the little inside pitch dance from Adrian Beltre.
Fans caught that one.
Yeah. Our young fans out there might have wanted him to add some arm movement in on the quick step. Nelly Cruz is on deck. One pitch to Beltre. Misses high. It's 2-1. Michael worked a walk to lead off this 7th inning against Jesse Crane.
Had a hard time getting his slider down. Missing, I don't think he's throwing a fastball for a strike yet. Most of his sliders have been high.
That makes it 3-1. And that one's fouled back. Adrian almost loses his balance. Stays on his feet, and it runs the count full to 3-2. I know Adrian can hit a double or even a home run from one knee. He'll need to stay on his feet to hit. And the payoff pitch fouled back. Throw to first base, almost gets away from Konerko, but he snags it, and Michael Young is back safely. And that one is sliced foul. Field looks no worse for the wear. There was rain and tons of it. There was hail that almost covered the outfield. But in part because the ground crew did such a great job getting the tarp on before either storm began, the infield remained in great shape, and that outfield drained so well you'd never even know it rained here. This one is hit right at the shortstop, Ramirez.
That's the hardest hit ball of the day right there. Ball almost went right out of his glove. That's just bad luck right there. Hanging slider, perfect swing. Just right straight at Ramirez.
Almost lost it, and it brings up Nelly Cruz. Rangers are 10-2 on the season in 2011 with Hamilton and Cruz in the lineup. Nelly slices this one foul down the right side, not a play. Little comeback. They'd like to make it 11-2. This offense was absolutely clicking on all cylinders at the beginning of the year, and it began to click when these two came back last night too. Up and in to Nelly. Swing and a miss. Nelly was hitting .302 with 5 homers and 12 runs batted in those first 13 games of the year. And the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And he got him.
$94-mile-an-hour fastball right on the outside corner, it looked like. I'm going to go with a call right here.
Oh, I like
Saved it for about 6 hours.
Yep.
David Murphy.
I like it a lot. David's got 3 long balls on the year. David's had doubles in back-to-back games. Crane is pitching him away.
Yeah, he's really struggling with his command. He's thrown almost as many balls as strikes, 21 pitches to the 4th hitter. 3 hitters plus this one.
Now it's 3-0 to Murph. And he misses a 4-pitch walk to
Pitching
David
around
Murphy.
him right there.
Yeah. And this season, Sundays are for kids at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. Bluebell Ice Cream Sundays always provide ice cream for kids at just $1. And this Sunday, the first 10,000 kids 13 and under will receive a Texas Rangers pool float. Reserve your seats, that is, at TexasRangers.com. She's getting a little tired. I'm just going to go out on a limb. Eyes are getting a little bit droopy as the White Sox pitching coach, Don Cooper, comes out to chat with his relief pitcher, Jesse Crane. He just walked David Murphy on 4 pitches. And the 2 runners in the inning have both reached via walk. It's Michael Young at second. Matt Thornton down there warming in the White Sox pen. Here's Yorvi Torrealba. If he does what he did last time up, we'll be all tied up. He hit a double all the way to the wall in right center field last time. That one's hit toward shortstop. Ramirez goes the short way, and that'll do it for the Rangers, who strand 2 and trail by 2. It's 7-5 Chicago after 7. Rangers, and the new pitcher for Texas is Mark Lowe.
Yeah, Mark's been throwing the ball well since his recall from the minor leagues. Under control, throwing a lot of strikes. Still popping the ball up there in 96, 97 mile an hour territory. Overall numbers don't look good because a lot of that came early in the season before he went to the minor leagues for a little turnaround.
Yeah, since coming back, he's dropped the ERA from 13.50 to that present 5.63. With some pretty effective pitching in 5 games. He's allowed only 1 run. Pops that one in there at 94 to Beckham. And it's 1-1. outside part of the plate at 96 miles an hour. And he slices that one foul. Gordon scored 3 runs on Sunday against the Dodgers. That equaled a career high for him. Looks like she must have just missed that.
And that caromed off a seat, went by her so fast. I don't think she
no
even
chance.
saw it.
Yeah,
I think she was saying, "What happened to the ball?"
Yeah, I got my glove. I'm supposed to catch it. Strike 3 called.
That's a well-located fastball right there at 97 miles an hour. After a couple of fastballs a little bit higher, he pumped that one right on the bottom of the strike zone, right on the outside corner. Good pitch.
And a good call by Tim McClellan. Dramatic, too. And it's the first out of the 8th. Brings up the 9th place man, Brent Morrell. High chopper to Beltre. He skies and gets it and makes the play. Wow. Barely got high enough to get it. Once he did, there was no doubt he was going to make the throw to first. And they get Morrell by a long shot. Juan Pierre coming up now, and there is a big smile from Beltre. He's on the infield grass now, knowing that Pierre has already reached once with a bunt single.
Good foul ball getting right now.
Yeah.
A lot of open territory out there. Just a matter of the effort you want to make to try to get one.
Yeah, and sometimes your quickness. Can you get over there before somebody else fighting your way through the seats?
And then is it worth it? That's the question you have to ask.
Yeah, diving on the wet concrete. Grounded to Ian. To Michael. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Mark Lowe. Good work by him. And it's still a 2-run game after a 9-pitch inning. And let's check in with Emily Jones.
Well, John, we will be here, Steve Busby and I, every step of the way to break this one down from start to finish, and the 3-hour rain delay in between. All that good stuff coming up with me and Steve Busby on Rangers Live, if I can stay awake.
Yes, do that, Em. We appreciate you very much. Hang with us, you too, little guy. Rangers looking for some runs here. Trail it by 2 as Matt Thornton is now the new pitcher.
It's been a struggle for Thornton. 2 for 6 in save opportunities. Sergio Santos is getting all the save opportunities now. Good challenge again for Mitch Moreland. He had a hard single off the wall in right field to drive in a run against Chris Sale, who was throwing 95, 6 miles an hour. And now he's going to face Matt Thornton from the left side, and he'll be doing the same thing.
Mitch worked Sale for 10 pitches in his last at bat before finally singling off the wall. Thornton misses with that one. It's 3 balls and a strike to Mitch. And he walked him quickly this time. 5-pitch walk to Moreland to lead things off here in the 8th.
You have no idea what he's thinking. That calm face doesn't let you know, but he's not too happy with a leadoff walk in a 2-run game.
Nope.
Lefty versus lefty.
And the top of the order due.
He is swinging the bat great right here.
See a little bit more of the feelings of Ozzie Guillen coming through as he chats with Cooper. Breeze picking back up here at Rangers Ballpark. Starting to get a little windier again. 0-1 pitch to Ian. Line drive single to left for Ian in the 5th, and he's got a couple of walks on the night to go with a ground out.
Well, coming into the game, Thornton had pitched 15 2/3. He'd walked 9 batters, so he's had a little bit of a command problem. He's also given up 16 hits in 15 innings. Batters are hitting over 300 against him.
And this one is looped into right field. Ian Kinsler on first base, now headed for third base as Mitch Moreland is in.
And Mitch looked like he was going to stop and go back to second. Kept on going. Quentin's throw is cut off. It must have been offline. Otherwise, I think Ramirez would have let the throw go through. We'll get a good look here and see if it's offline. Yeah, that ball was going to be well left of third base. That's why Ramirez cut it off.
And that's why Mitch Moreland is over there at third. Runners at first and third for the Rangers. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Elvis Andrus up. And this one's to short, to second for 1, and on to first for a double play. Mitch Moreland comes home to trim the White Sox lead to 1 run at 7-6.
White Sox are very happy with that pitch. Thornton was struggling with his control. It was first and third and nobody out. It's 1 pitch and a double play.
1 pitch equals 2 outs, but 1 pitch equals 1 run for the Rangers. And here comes a run producer. Josh Hamilton bats with 2 out, nobody on. After a 2-for-4 night last night, Josh is 2-for-4 tonight. A couple of singles and an RBI. Thornton's being careful. 2 balls and no strikes. Now it's 3-0. That one's in there with a take on. It's 3 balls and a strike to Josh Hamilton. His singles were in the first and the third. And this one is chopped toward the middle. Good play by Ramirez, but Josh beats it with a head-first slide.
That's not good. You can't get there quicker diving into first base. I mean, his instincts takes over, and that's how he thinks he's going to get there as fast as he can. But after spending 6 weeks on the DL, I don't think anyone likes to see him do that.
No, you saw Wash trying to suppress a smile there. It's exactly the way he hurt that humerus bone. And he seems no worse for the wear. Josh has been smiling with Konerko down there. And now, here comes Ozzie. So at 2 minutes after 1, he's going to call for a pitching change with Josh Hamilton at first base and Michael Young due. There is a pitching change. We'll see Sergio Santos when we come back after the change at Rangers Ballpark. They got a runner on first base with 2 out, and it's time for our Brown Hands Center. Great hands play of the game. We go back to the 8th inning for this one. We're pretty good legs and feet and hands by Adrian Beltre as he skies to get that one. Robs Brent Morrell of what might have been a double. He's the author of our Brown Hands Center. Great hands play of the game. And the new pitcher is Sergio Santos.
Pretty good numbers for Santos. He's assumed the closer's role. He's 6 out of 7. Opponents are hitting below 200 against him. 25 strikeouts in only 21 innings. A lot of good pitches, good changeup, good slider, and a really good fastball.
Suffered his first blown save on Friday against the Dodgers. And he surrendered his first runs of the season, allowing a career high of 4 runs on 5 hits in 1 of the 3rd that day. Misses wide with that one. And give Brzezinski credit. So it's 1-1 to Michael Young. Hamilton on the run. Sliding again and safe at second base. And so much for sliding feet first.
That's a big stolen base. He's the tying run, but I don't know that you feel good about the slide.
Josh says over and over, he only knows one way to play, and that is all out. And that is a big stolen base. The runner now in scoring position for one of the best hitters with runners in scoring position in the game. Michael Young at .442, 4th in the American League.
Now, the White Sox have used their bullpen. Now remember, they have 6 guys that start for them, so there's probably a starting pitcher down there to be the emergency guy.
Foul over near the White Sox dugout. It'll stay 2-2.
In fact, I see Edwin Jackson sitting down there in the front row of the bullpen, so he must be their emergency guy tonight.
One of the 6 is sort of designated for that role each night, and the White Sox say that when they get through this stretch of 20 games in 20 days, they will stop with the 6-man rotation and go back to the more traditional 5. Although that guy can change his mind on you, Ozzie Guillen. But at least for now, that's the plan. They're 11 games into the 20 games in 20 days, and they're 7-4 in that stretch. And here's the payoff pitch to Michael. Walk and safe at third base is Josh.
He never tagged him.
Applied the tag.
The throw was there in plenty of time. He slapped the tag down and missed him. That was an ill-advised trip to third base for Josh, but he got lucky. Ball's right out in front of him. You don't want to make the last out at third base. Looked like he was out by a mile. Here comes the throw. Puts the tag down. Never tagged him. Tagged him in the chest when his hand got to the bag.
Ozzie didn't like it, but the replay shows touch and wow.
Well, Josh is in this at bat. He's been on base. He dove into first.
Yeah.
He dove into second, stealing second, and he dove into third. So he's dived into bases 3 times in the last 5 minutes. And any doubt if that was healed, I guess that's erased.
Right. And now it's Adrian Beltre. First pitch to him is a strike. Double back in the 5th inning for Beltre. And that great defensive play we showed you earlier. And this ball is sliced toward right field. Over to make the play is Carlos Quentin. And that will do it for the Rangers in the 8th. Back to within a run at 7-6. Where Kurt Busch will try to defend his title and take home his 3rd checkered flag of the year. Coverage of the Coca-Cola 600 begins Sunday with the pre-race show delivered by Pizza Hut at 4:30 in high definition on Fox. Another new pitcher for the Rangers is they're using up their bullpen too. It hasn't been tested much in the last couple of games, hasn't been needed in the last 2 games. So now it's Dave Busch. And there you see his numbers.
Hey, Dave's been pitching well. Started off as kind of a long man in the bullpen. Now moved more toward a late inning role. I think the Rangers are pretty happy with the way he's been throwing the ball. He's been able to throw his pitches for strikes. Got a good curveball. Veteran guy, knows how to pitch.
He's got the heart of the White Sox order here in the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Ramirez, that is, Quentin, and Konerko. And it's 2 balls and no strikes to Alexi. In there for a strike. They pitched a scoreless 8th inning on Friday against Philadelphia. That was after 11 straight days off. Slammed foul over by the photo well, and it's 2-2. Ramirez 0 for 4 tonight. Strikeout, 2 pop-ups, and a flyout. And that one sliced foul and out of play. 35,524 were here at the beginning of this one. That was many hours ago, though. We started this thing over 6 hours ago. And we endured a 2-hour and 58-minute rain delay. Swing and a miss.
Good curveball, slow curveball, but it breaks a lot. It breaks sharp.
There you see some of the fans that are left here.
Had Ramirez way out in front. He's 0 for 5 with a couple of strikeouts today.
And it brings up Quentin. It's been an all or nothing day for him. 2 homers and 2 strikeouts. Got 4 RBI on the night. And he hits this one in the air and deep to left field, and it's in the seats. Three-home run night for Quentin, his 12th of the year.
Well, every time the Rangers tie it or get close, White Sox come right back and score. Rangers scored 2, the White Sox scored 2. Rangers scored 1, they scored 1. And then again, 1 and 1.
And with 1 out, it'll be Konerko. He too has a couple of strikeouts on the night, a ground out and a single. He scored a run in the 7th. Here's the 3rd long ball swing. Carlos Quentin on this night. Konerko swinging at that one, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Last time the White Sox had anybody hit 3 homers, it was Paul Konerko back on July the 7th of '09 against Cleveland. And that's a loud foul, and it is the first career 3-home run game for Carlos Quentin. Konerko's got 10 home runs on the year. Quentin has passed him tonight. At the start of play, he led Quentin 10-9.
I'm not sure what Teixeira did tonight, but Teixeira was 3rd in the league with 12 home runs. Quentin's either 3rd or 4th right now.
Yeah, Yankees won 5-4 over Toronto. That ball's hit hard but foul. Oakland beat the LA Angels on the West Coast. That one's already over. 6-1 the final in that game. And Minnesota beat Seattle tonight 4-2. Others in the American League West. Rangers trail here 8-6. 2-2 pitch from Bush to Konerko. Fouled. A very vocal crowd that remains at Rangers ballpark. And that one from Bush misses. It's 3-2. It was 88 degrees at game time. It's dropped 15 degrees since then, in part because of the rain that moved through here. To Beltre at 3rd. He's got it. Long throw to Michael Young. And that's the 2nd out of the 9th inning. And it brings up Adam Dunn. He hit his 5th home run of the year earlier tonight, back in the 6th inning. Knocked it into the upper deck and right. First one to him misses. And they know they're on camera. Paying close attention. Swing and a miss from Dunn.
Good changeup by Dave. Had Adam Dunn way out in front of it.
Rangers struck Dunn out twice last night. Got him to 60 on the year. And this one's popped up. Elvis calls it. Beltre actually ends up with it on the shift and makes the play. 8-6 White Sox. Cruz, Murphy, and Torey Albadu. Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. By the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. And by your Texas Ford dealers. Check out the Ford F-150 and drive one. Ford is the best in Texas. New right fielder for the Chicago White Sox. Lillibridge out there. Nelly's 1 for 4. Double way back in the 2nd inning. In there to make it no balls and 2 strikes. Murphy and Torey Albo will follow him. Swing and a miss. Santos gets Nelly.
Again, Santos has a good fastball, reaches the mid-90s, a real good slider. That was the slider. I don't see many changeups, but he's got a pretty good one.
David Murphy swings at the first pitch. Santos off the mound and tags Murph. Murph doesn't think he got him. Marvin Hudson says he did. Murph's arguing. And here comes Wash. Take a look at it here. Murph stops. Oh.
I think David thought he was going to get tagged.
And then didn't, so he kept going. Doesn't look from either side like he tagged him.
Why'd he turn and throw?
Yeah. But it was officially the second out of the inning. And it brings up Yorvit Torrealba. Rangers down to their last gasp against Santos and the White Sox. Yorvit doubled back in the 6th inning. Scored a run. And that's a strike from Santos. One in there for a strike. And this crowd that has hung on since before 7 o'clock tonight, still enjoying it. The 1-2 pitch. And they call Yorvit out on strikes. That will end it. What a night it was for that man. 3 home runs, first time in his career for Carlos Quentin. And that was the difference for the Rangers as we take a look at this last out again.
It's ruled that he swung at the ball. Yorvit is saying, before you called it, why didn't you ask for help down the first base line? But Tim McClellan probably answered, because I thought you swung at it.
And that is how it ended for the Rangers on this night. They win game 1 of the series. White Sox have won game 2. And they'll play the rubber game of this series tomorrow early in the afternoon. 8-6 the final. Emily Jones with Rangers Live next.